And we are live.
I think I'll just wait a couple more minutes we're waiting for one more. I'll give it one more minute and then she can join us late into our closed session. Okay, it is actually 5:03 on January 7th, 2021. With that, I will call into session the school board meeting for Stillwater Area Public Schools. Due to the current federal and state emergency declarations, the Minnesota directive to residents to stay at home and guidance about limiting persons-to-person contact due to the COVID-19 pandemic, this meeting of the Stillwater Area School Board is being conducted in accordance with Minnesota Statutes 13D.021, meetings by telephone or other electronic means. Due to the health pandemic, the school board determined that it is not feasible for at least one board member, the superintendent, or the school district's legal counsel to be physically present at the regular meeting location, and that it is not feasible for the public to attend this meeting at the regular meeting location due to the health pandemic. Persons may monitor this meeting via live stream on YouTube through the district website. School board members wishing to speak should raise their hand, then wait to be recognized by the chair. The chair will determine the order in which board members wishing to speak will be recognized. All votes will be conducted by a roll call. Each school board member should wait until their name is called before voting and indicate by saying yes or no and clearly using a thumbs up for yes. This meeting is being recorded. Access to the recording will be made available on the school district's website as soon as reasonably possible. And with that, can we start with a roll call, please?
Director Hoggard? Here. Director Onken?
Here.
Director Petrie?
Here.
Director Porbeni? Director Riley?
Here.
Director Sherman?
Here.
Director Weisberg?
Here.
You have 6 attendees.
So we have a quorum.
You have a quorum.
At this time, I would like a motion to adjourn into closed meeting pursuant Minnesota statute 13D.05 to review contract negotiations and parameters with current and incoming school board members.
So moved. So moved.
So I have, okay, Allison first. Do I get a second?
Second.
Liz? All right. We will adjourn into closed session and then, yep.
Sorry, I need to do a vote.
Oh, sorry.
That's
I'm ahead of
okay.
you.
Motion to approve. Director Hoggard?
Yes.
Director Onken?
Yes.
Director Petrie?
Yes.
Director Riley,
Yes.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Director Weisberg.
Yes.
We have a 6-0 vote. Motion passes.
Okay, now we can move into closed session. You guys have a link that was sent to you by me. Go in there, and then when we're done, we'll come back into the same meeting we are leaving. See you there. Okay, looks like we're waiting for 2 more board members. One more board member and then we can get started. There she is. Okay, are we ready to get going? At 5:58, we had adjourned out of our closed session to an open meeting. So we can continue now on the approval of the agenda. If I could get a motion in a second to approve the agenda. Allison? And a second?
I'll second that motion.
Matt? Okay, and a vote.
Director Hocker? Director Atkin?
Yes.
Director Petrie?
Yes.
Director Porbeni?
Yes.
Director Riley?
Yes?
Director Sherman?
Yes.
Director Weisberg?
Yes.
You have a 7-0. You have a unanimous.
Thank you. Okay, our next order of business is the school board member oath of office. So I am going to read the introduction, and then I will ask you to recite the oath after for the new board members. I suppose we'll have to have you state your names as well. Okay, it is an honor that you were selected to guide the education of our community's children. As you recite the oath of office, you assume a tremendous responsibility as a director of our school district with duties empowered by the Minnesota legislature. This power puts you and the other members of our school board in the position of being both morally and legally responsible for equitable quality education of every student in the district. In carrying out this responsibility, you will be asked to fulfill the roles of vision, structure, accountability, and advocacy. In providing vision, the board, with extensive participation of the community, envisions the community's educational future and then formulates the goals, defines the outcomes, and sets the course for the public schools. To achieve the vision, the board establishes a structure and creates an environment designed to ensure all students the opportunity to attain their maximum potential through a sound organizational framework. Because as a board, we must be accountable to the community, we must ensure a continuous assessment of student achievement and all conditions affecting the education of our children. As board members, we serve as education's key advocate on behalf of our students and our community schools to advance the vision for our schools. Furthermore, we must strive to work together with the superintendent and staff to lead the district toward fulfilling the vision we have created, fostering excellence for every student in areas of academic skills and knowledge, citizenship, and personal development. Okay, so now we have Director Onken, Director Hockert, Director Porbani. Is it Porbani or Porbini?
Urbani.
Porbani. And where's the other one in here? Am I missing one or is that it?
That should be it.
Okay, so will you three raise your right hand and repeat after me all together? Having signed the acceptance of office and oath of office,
Having signed the acceptance of office and
Exception
oath of
office and
office,
oath of office.
I hereby publicly affirm
I
I
hereby
hereby
publicly affirm
affirm
my commitment to the oath of office.
my
my
commitment
commitment
to the oath of office.
I affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and of this state,
I affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and of this state,
and that I will discharge faithfully
and that I will discharge faithfully
the duties of the office of school board member
the duties of the office of school board member
of Independent School District number 834
of Independent School District number 834
to the best of my judgment and ability.
to the best of my judgment and ability.
Thank you. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay. Okay, so next on the agenda, we have item V, which is our board organization. And we will start, and what I'm going to do is ask for nominations are now in order for the office of chair. So do we have any nominations? Allison or Director Sherman?
Okay. I'm going to nominate Bev.
Okay. Are there any further nominations for the office of chair?
Do we need a second for that nomination or not?
We do not. Are there any further nominations for the office of chair? If there are no further nominations, then nominations for the office of chair are closed. Okay, so since Director Petrie is the only candidate nominated for the office of chair, I hereby declare her elected by acclamation and direct it to be recorded in the minutes. So now Bev, or Director Petrie, I'm still on such a casual basis here. Director Petrie, you are now chair and you will take over the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Director Riley. So the next item on the agenda is the election of vice chair. Are there any nominations for the election of vice chair? Director Onken.
I would like to nominate Allison Sherman for the office of vice chair.
Director Sherman, are you willing to take on this position?
Yeah.
Are there any other nominations for the office of vice chair? Are there any other nominations for the office of vice chair? Are there any other nominations for the office of vice chair? Since no other nominations have come forth, I declare the nominations closed. And since we only have one person, I declare that Allison Sherman takes the position of vice chair by acclamation. So we're moving on to the election of the clerk. Are there any nominations for clerk? Director Hackert. You're muted. You're muted.
Am I good?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I would like to nominate Annie Porbeni for clerk.
Director Perbani, are you willing to take on this position?
Yes.
Great. Are there any other nominations for clerk? Are there any other nominations for clerk? Are there any other nominations for clerk? Seeing none, the nominations are closed. And since we only have one person who has been nominated, I declare that Director Perbani will be clerk by acclamation. Next is the election of treasurer.
Can I ask a quick question? I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Does that mean that Director Porbeni will take notes from here on out for the meeting?
It's my understanding that this is a task that is usually done by Joan. Is that not true?
That's correct. I take the business meeting.
Okay, sorry.
Minutes.
So I just needed to take them for the closed session.
Correct.
Right. Yes. Right.
All right.
Because
Sorry.
because
Okay.
she wasn't there. So
Thank you. Okay, sorry.
okay, great. All right. So election of treasurer. Are there any nominations for treasurer? Director Reisberg.
I nominate Director Riley.
All right. Are there any, Director Riley, are you willing to take that position?
I would like
Yes.
to nominate someone else.
Great. Okay. Are there any other nominations for treasurer?
Yes, please. I would like to nominate Director Onken.
Director Onken, are you willing to take that position?
Yes.
Okay. So we now have I'm sorry. Are there any other nominations for treasurer? Are there any other nominations for treasurer? Are there any other nominations for treasurer? Seeing none, the nominations for treasurer will be closed. I now have a question because in the past, when the board was in person, there were paper ballots, and obviously we're not going to do that this time around. So can I get a ruling from Superintendent Lansfeld as to how we're going to do this?
Haven't even thought about it.
Are we able to send private messages to Joan through chat?
Through chat.
So I think the board members could each send a message to Joan through chat. Just make sure it's a private message directly to Joan, and then she'd be able to tally the votes that way. Just so you know, in the organizational meeting, they did say that with virtual, you can do a roll call type vote for these. So,
all right. So essentially then we're just going to do a roll call vote and each person says the person that they are voting for. Is that the idea?
that was something they said you could do. Now that's up to you whether or not you want to do that.
Okay. Director Riley, did you have a question?
Yeah, I think in the past, another way that we have done this is if you take the first person and then each board member could say yes or no, and then go to the second person, say yes or no, and then they could tally. All of these votes are public, so you cannot do these privately.
Right, right. Okay, well, perhaps we just do a roll call vote, and then each person can just say who they are voting for. Does that seem to be a good way to do it? Okay, all right, Joan, would you like to do the roll then?
And which one is this for?
I was thinking that when you called on someone, they would say who they are voting for, whether it is Director Riley or Director Onken.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yes, okay. Director Hocker,
Director Onken,
Director Riley,
Director Riley,
I'm sorry, Director Onken,
Director Onken.
Director Petrie,
Director Onken.
Director Porbenny,
Director Unkin,
Director Sherman,
Director Onken.
Director Weisberg.
Director Riley.
You have a 5-2 vote for Director Onken.
So Director Onken is elected. So congratulations to all the new officers this year. We're going to move on to our next topic, which is the superintendent's report. Superintendent Lansfeld.
Thank you, Chair Petrie and fellow board directors. We have quite a bit of news, so we'll get through this as quick as possible. Exciting news, we do have a brand new district website that will be launching next week, and I've seen some previews. It's going to be a lot more user-friendly, and just a big shout out and thank you to Carissa Keister and her communications team for putting in countless hours to make this happen for our family, staff, and district. And then we just received a contact from Mike Polina from the city of Stillwater. He's reached out to discuss the possibility of another graduation parade, and we are excited to follow up with that. And we will be having a referendum conversation in a school board work session next Tuesday, the 12th, because we'll be going out for a community vote on the renewal of our operating levy this next fall. We are also very, very excited to have our littlest learners, our preschool students, back in school. I was able to step out of the office today and drop by Stonebridge Elementary and Lily Lake Elementary to check in on them. We had some sleigh riding going on the big hill out at Stonebridge, and lunch happening in the cafeteria at Lily Lake. So great to see students, and I could see the smiles from their eyes because we were wearing masks. Also, next week, our district will be offering the state sponsored every other week free on-site COVID-19 testing for our staff who are working in person with our students. This testing is free and being provided as a screening measure to help detect asymptomatic cases. And we anticipate this voluntary testing opportunity will help minimize the spread within our schools. Then we have exciting news with Kathy Nussbaum. She has received the Elevated Educator Award from Freedom Literacy, and freedom is spelled with read, R-E-A-D, in the middle of it for all. And we want to just be really happy for her. She's been nominated to represent Minnesota for all of the amazing work she has done at Afton Lakeland Elementary and for our Stillwater schools. Kathy was chosen as the Minnesota educator for this award. Just one educator from each state is chosen. And she was nominated for her strength, perseverance to push through all barriers for students, passion to help young kids read, and a desire to always learn new skills herself. So congratulations, Kathy Nussbaum. And then Principal Stephen Gordy from Lake Elmo Elementary let us know that Lake Elmo Elementary is one of 5 elementary schools in the nation implementing the new elementary bar model. The school is making small steps, but making a lot of progress, and it's great work. BAR stands for Building Assets and Reducing Risks. It operates under the conviction that all students can learn regardless of race, zip code, or family income when they are given the right supports. So at Lake Elmo Elementary School, BAR educators are working together and discussing individual students in a comprehensive manner. Teachers are selecting a student to focus on during each of the meetings. This collaboration allows teachers to use a strength-based approach by focusing on student strengths and needs to create the best plan for them moving forward. Principal Gordy stated that in order to address the pandemic-related learning loss, teachers are collaborating with one another to discuss individual students in a holistic manner. Working together by using the rigorous structures of the BAR approach has helped teachers implement targeted interventions to support each student. So thank you, teachers, staff at Lake Elementary, for what you're doing for our students. And with that, that's the conclusion of my superintendent's report.
Thank you, Superintendent. So next on the agenda, I have student reports. So Bryn and Mara, who wants to go first this time?
I'll go first this time. Thank you, Chair Petrie. Brenda and I just wanted to start off by welcoming the new board members. We look forward to working with all of you. And I'll be giving a report on academics. So the students just came off of our winter break, meaning that we are nearing the end of the quarter. For high schoolers, this means that in a few weeks, we will be returning to the 3 classes that we had at the beginning of the school year. An important reminder for Stillwater seniors is that the community scholarships Stillwater offers are open until February 15th, which is creeping up on us. There are over 130 scholarships, so there are plenty of options. And although it has been hard to schedule ACT tests recently due to COVID, Stillwater will be hosting one in March, and the students can register for that until January 15th. Because we just got off from a long break, that is all for the academic report, so I will pass it over to Bren.
Thanks, Mara. Tonight, I will be talking about student activities. Winter sports teams have begun tryouts this week. Teams are practicing in pods to promote social distancing. All players need to wear masks when practicing and competing, except for boys swim and dive, gymnastics, and wrestling. Stillwater teams are looking forward to games against other schools. Some even start as early as next week. Spectators will be allowed for many sports. Hockey, basketball, dance, and wrestling are limited to family members, meaning they are given 2 tickets per athlete. Right now, gymnastics and swim and dive cannot have spectators because of venue space limitations. Alpine skiing spectators are limited based on the venue they compete at. The SAHS peer helpers are here for you and your mental health needs. They are a group of caring students who seek to support, listen, and encourage the student body through one-on-one relationships. During distance learning, you can reach out to a peer helper through messaging them on their Instagram page at SAHS Peer Helpers. The annual National Honor Society Coffee House Talent Show will be held virtually on January 22nd at 7 p.m. All Stillwater citizens can participate, so if you're interested in sharing your talent for the show, you can find more information on their Instagram page at SAHS_NHS. Congratulations to Anna Weaver for ending her senior cross-country season with a 4th place finish at the XC Town USA Meet of Champions in Indiana. All students and teachers have been very creative and flexible in our distance learning model, as Stillwater High School's choir recorded themselves singing and created a virtual performance to spread holiday cheer. And lastly, the PAC has reopened and they will return to the normal school hours, closing from 2 to 5:30 p.m. for high school activities. And that concludes our report.
Thank you. I will turn it back over to Superintendent Lansfeld for recognition.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. And we have some special guests tonight. I have the Assistant Directors of Student Support Services, Caitlin Willis and Caroline Ziske. They are here to introduce some staff that help support our students, specifically their social, emotional, and mental health needs, as well as many other needs within our school. And we're excited to have them here tonight. So with that, I will turn it over to Assistant Directors Caitlin Willis and Caroline Ziske.
Hi, thank you so much, Superintendent Lansfeld, for inviting us, and school board as well for inviting us to share just a small sliver of all of the wonderful things that we are doing in Stillwater School District to support the social emotional learning of our students. And before I do quick introductions, and Caroline as well, I just want to say that social emotional learning does not happen in a silo. This is not something that these 5 individuals are doing on their own. This is something that every educator, teacher, paraprofessional, support employee, everybody is working together to support the social emotional needs of our students. And so when Caroline and I were tasked with trying to identify students that could come forward, staff that could come forward for this recognition, the list was really long, because really we should just submit a list of every employee in the district, because we're doing a good job taking care of kids. So with that, I'm going to introduce the secondary staff I asked to join, and Caroline will introduce her elementary folks. I have Heather Gates from Oakland Middle School, a guidance counselor at Oakland Middle School here. And I have Jennifer Kern, our school psychologist at Stillwater Area High School and the transition program. And I'll pass it over to my colleague, Caroline.
Good evening. And I have Melanie McPherson. She's a special education. Oops. I have Melanie McPherson, who is a special education teacher at Afton Lakeland, Margie Butella, who is our special education lead at Stonebridge Elementary, and I think Kyle Snyder is just logging in. Kyle Snyder, who is our social worker at Lily Lake Elementary.
Thank you. I am going to have them each go around, just give us your name and how long you've been in the district and anything else that you'd like to quickly say. And we'll start off with Melanie.
Hi, I am Melanie McPherson. I work at Afton Lakeland Elementary as a student support services teacher. I've been at Afton Lakeland. This is my 4th year. And like Caitlin was saying, I just wanted to say thank you to all of the wonderful learners that I get to work with every day. The parents and the families who are absolutely amazing. And then my colleagues that I get to work with every day and learn from and collaborate with. As a student support services teacher, my job is to provide learners with strategies in order to be successful. Whether that's looking at the biological and sensory supports, the reinforcements, those visual and tactile supports, looking at the task demand, and then what new skills socially and emotionally that need to be taught. And then I just wanted to share that during this distance learning time, it's been amazing to see the social and emotional learning priority come to the forefront because it's so important for all of our learners to focus on those social and emotional skills.
Thank you, Melanie. Margie.
Hi, everyone. My name is Margie Butella. I'm the special ed program lead at Stonebridge Elementary. And gosh, I've been in the district for almost 23 years now, so quite a while. And I think, the biggest piece for me with the social emotional learning is just how passionate all of our staff are around it. We know it's such a huge need right now. And, our staff truly believe in making sure that students feel safe, they feel loved, and that they experience success every day. Our classroom teachers is where it really starts. And, they use formal curriculum such as Second Steps or Move Mindfully and things like that. But we also have the green room. We have sensory walks throughout the building, things like that. If students need more intensive support, we have staff that provide small group and one-on-one groups. We like to go into the classrooms at the beginning of the school year and really talk to students about, we all have big feelings, and we talk about how the brain works and why, sometimes we react certain ways when we're having big feelings, and we want kids to know that we're there to support them. My role, I primarily work within our district's Setting 3 behavior program. So that's kind of my wheelhouse right there. And we have highly skilled special education staff that are working with children at a crisis level, socially, emotionally, behaviorally. And, I'm just so appreciative of the teams that we have within our buildings to be able to provide these supports for students. So thank you for allowing us to talk about this tonight, because we are all so passionate about it.
Thank you. Jennifer.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm Jennifer Kern. I'm a school psychologist at the high school and at the transition program. And I have been in the district since 2001. And I have worked in various buildings across the district since that time, both at an equal time in elementary as well as secondary. Prior to working in the district, I also worked as a school psychologist at the elementary level in California, and then also at the middle school level in Ridgefield. So that said, I've seen the whole developmental continuum in schools. And I have to say that in the work that we do, we're championed daily in looking at the whole child through that perspective of the social emotional lens, as well as a cultural lens. And I really feel that we are surrounded by a team all the time. I don't work in a vacuum. It's completely collaborative in the work that we do in tackling that SEL work. And I think we're working hard at that. We're building relationships. We're trying even harder now through the distant learning formats. coming at it from a strength-based perspective as well as a wellness and empowerment perspective is what we do. My colleagues and I are at this all the time through the BAR model that we have at the high school. And that's the evidence-based educational model that's both based with social emotional growth of students and promoting academic improvement. And that's been phenomenal. And what we do is we're constantly working together in teams. So we have small block teams and big block teams, student support teams, problem solving teams. I work quite a bit with IEP teams. We're looking to make sure that we're seeing student strengths and then working on those strengths. And really, if there are risks or there are barriers to learning, and there are things in the way, such as their social emotional learning, then we're tackling those and we're coming up with some interventions. And that's part of our multi-tiered systems of support, in which we're really looking at what we can do to help students and designing intervention plans. What I do, it takes a community and it takes a village, and I work, it's fully collaborative in what we do. I'm working alongside many others, teachers, general ed teachers, special education teachers, parents, counselors, specialists, interventionists, our chemical health specialists at the high school, our mental health therapists that we contract with, the Students Pony Center. All of those were really working together. And when I worked at the elementary, we worked very closely with the social worker and the nurses as well. So attending those meetings and doing problem solving is a lot of what I see, what my role is at the high school and tackling those. I also want to say that if I've been pulled into meetings to help problem solve, we're really looking at how do we help those students. And what I do in my work is I work with individuals and I work also with groups. And so checking and connecting with students and their parents and the team of teachers surrounding them is really important. Some of the work we'll do is skill building. We might have helping to manage personal challenges that a student might have. Maybe it might be a disability. It could be an emotional or a family adjustment issue that the student is having, coping with some adversity or difficulties with stress management or self-advocacy. I'll work with self-regulation and emotional regulation. Lots of those kinds of, social skills and friendship skills are things that I have been doing in my role as a school psychologist. And really trying to, help others to see problems as opportunities for growth and self-development is really important in the work we do with the SEL work. Providing psychoeducation on whatever might be happening, helping that for parents and teachers, as well as providing community resources or sending referrals. That's another part of what we do too. So I'm maybe called in for crisis management, and that also takes precedence too. So no week or day is ever the same. And it's really exciting to continue this work, especially right now. It's very important and very much needed. So I try to make a difference where I can and how I can and wherever. So thank you for letting us speak into this today.
Thank you, Jennifer. Heather.
Well, hi, everyone. Thanks so much for letting us come and talk with you a little bit about all the work that we're doing for social emotional support in the district. My name is Heather Gates. I work at Oakland Middle School, and I've been asked to talk a little bit about the school counselor role in all of this. I've been in the district for about 20 years, or more, I think now at this point. And so I've enjoyed my job very much. School counselors care very much about students' academic success. We're focused on career planning and college readiness skills and building those. In fact, I was in the classroom all day yesterday and today talking to kids about prepping them for the high school when the high school counselors will be visiting our little middle school students. But I know our focus today here is about the social emotional aspect, and that's the third big part of school counselors' jobs. We do lots of things to support kids every day, and in normal circumstances, we're visiting classrooms. We want to start building rapport with our students and increasing our visibility and making us feel approachable for students so they can come and connect with us and just start building that relationship in a larger group format. We also do lots of small groups, issue-based groups where we're supporting kids with a variety of needs, and then down to that individual counseling. One of the things that we've been doing both at the high school and the middle school is doing a student needs survey every fall. We really want to help identify students and get them connected to all of the resources that we have in our wellness center and things like that. We have a nutritionist that we partner with from Lakeview. We have chemical health specialists available in middle school and high school. And we also have our school-based therapy program, and school counselors are vital in being that bridge and connecting families and students to the services they need. And that student support survey has been very helpful for us to be able to identify those students. We also help support the social emotional programs that are going on in our buildings. As Jen mentioned, the high school has the BAR program. In the middle level, we use developmental designs in our advisory program. It's a very intentional relationship building program for our students, our teachers to roll out with our students to help students feel connected to staff. But I will say that, as we're busy all the time in normal circumstances, but as we've transitioned to distance learning and tried to address some of the needs, really our work has turned to removing barriers for kids. There's communication gaps with families, with students. Our teachers are reaching out and doing their very best to send emails and, make phone calls. And when they're really struggling, they kind of enlist us, the school counselors, to get involved and try and bridge that gap and make that connection. There's technology barriers. There's access barriers to education. And so I want to close my time with just telling you a little bit of a success story. I have a student who, as a sixth grader, now this was last year when we were in just understanding what, coronavirus was. He was a sixth grader, and he's a smart, very smart young man. And he qualified for all of our highest programs: algebra, honors English, LEAP science. He was set to go. And when we went into distance learning, he just kind of disappeared. And we found out after multiple phone calls, the teams telling me, like our teachers, like we said, we just love working with our teachers. They're our first line of, contact with families. They're like, we can't get a hold of this kid. So we reached out and we realized that there was a technology issue. So we worked really hard to resolve that with the family. Then he came back and he was doing so well this fall with our hybrid education and really being engaged and being successful in all of those wonderful programs that he qualified for. And then we went into distance learning again. And again, he disappeared. And that technology wasn't the issue, but the communication and really the language barrier and parents not understanding what the expectations are when school was meeting, all of these things. So we worked through that, and I am just so happy to report that our teachers are engaged with him. He is engaged in his learning. He meets every week with me, and he is doing fantastic in these wonderful programs. And so I would just share that story as one small example of all of the work that all of our school counselors and wonderful support staff are doing to reach out to kids and meet them where they're at and bring them in.
Thank you, Heather. Kyle.
Great, thank you. First of all, thank you all for having us this evening. It's an honor to be able to come on here and share a little bit about what we do and who we are, and also like to welcome all the new board members this evening. I also feel incredibly lucky that I was last to go, as I really can just truly piggyback on and echo all the statements of my colleagues. They've really summed up the work of the support professionals very well. Again, Kyle Snyder, I'm the school social worker at Lily Lake Elementary School. Prior to coming to the public school systems, I was a school social worker for back when the Wilder Foundation in St. Paul had their residential treatment program. So I oversaw the school part of that. Again, as Jennifer and Heather and Margie had alluded to, my role as a school social worker, I kind of just see it, I guess, as a utility worker of sorts, in that I really, from day to day, I don't know what exactly is going to land on my desk or my inbox or phone. Certainly there are some things that are predictable, but as we all know in the world we live in, things come up, and I am there hopefully to respond primarily to the mental health and social emotional needs of our students. And then being a part of that multidisciplinary team that we've all talked about. We don't do this work alone, and I really mean that, from every single position in the school, from our administrators and everywhere in between, working closely with our teachers to help our kids. We talk a lot about the whole child, and I am extremely passionate in that. I've had the good fortune of having some incredible role models in my life, wonderful teachers. I actually went to Stonebridge Elementary School as a kid, so I know what that did in my life, and that's why I got into the field of social work. And specifically in the schools, I thought in my career path, where can I perhaps have the most impact, and schools were a natural fit in that. I don't see any other place in the world where you have a captive audience for 6.5 hours a day, 5 days a week, 9 months a year. That is a significant amount of time to be able to work with students and their families. And it is just a true privilege and honor to work in the schools. And I'm surrounded by great professionals, and I can't say enough about the district that I work in, and very proud of that. It's been a challenging year. We all know that. I really miss, I will say, the in-person for me personally. Some are thriving under this distance learning, and others it's a challenge. But again, the reason I got into my field was to have those face-to-face and personal interactions. So I've had to learn and grow throughout this as well, finding new and creative ways, whether it's joining a Zoom, morning meeting for our students. Certainly there's individuals and small groups of individuals that I connect with on a regular basis. But whenever the time may come, I do look forward to when hopefully we can be back together in schools. And again, everybody else covered everything so much better than I could say, but I just say I'm here for kids and whatever that may look like or whatever they need. So thanks again for having us.
Thank you. And I just have to say it's an honor and privilege to have this group of people here tonight. I have been fortunate enough to work directly and indirectly with most everybody here, and they inspire me. They not only support the kids, they support the staff, and many, many times they've supported me. So thank you for everything that you do.
Well, thank you for that presentation. I have to say, I think you folks do the Lord's work. And I think that there are probably a lot of students in our schools who wouldn't be as successful today if it weren't for you. So thank you so much for everything that you do. Do we have any questions or comments? Director Hockert.
Thank you. And that was an awesome list of programs and opportunities for our kids. That was really impressive. And I'm kind of thinking about it just as a parent. If bringing kids back into schools, hopefully in the very near future, we start to realize that our little ones are struggling a little bit more than maybe they had in the past, what would kind of be the first step from a parent's perspective to get access to some of these great resources and support? I mean, I'm thinking elementary school, but middle, high school can certainly chime in as well.
Sure. Katie, I can maybe start to answer that question. So with parents, it would be really starting with your classroom teacher and that connection with the classroom teacher, because all of our staff that it really starts with responsive classroom. And at all 7 of our elementary schools, that is one of the exciting things, is hopefully we come back here in the very starting in this near future, but really looking at when we come back, it's like going to be the first day of school all over again. We've had a number of firsts and starts, and really as a parent, it's prepping your child for those connections again. And so as we were back in the hybrid, we had the A group and B groups. Well, now we're going to be bringing those groups together. And so so as a parent, just really having those conversations with your classroom teachers. If you have a kiddo that is having some anxiety about potentially coming back and stuff, your classroom teacher or your building principal can kind of point you in the right direction of who might be some other people in your child's elementary school that you can connect with and have some of those conversations or get some of those strategies. So that would be where I would say to start.
Director Sherman.
I have one question and one comment. One question, and maybe it's directed to any of the adults here, but also to Bryn, who mentioned it. I loved, and I learned a little bit last year during a board meeting about the peer counseling at the high school. And I just don't know if enough people know that that's out there, and how to access it. And is that only accessible to kids that are in the high school, or can that be accessed by kids maybe that in the middle schools that need maybe some peer interaction? Or so I guess that was one question. My other comment is, I had the good fortune before COVID of going to Rutherford and seeing their green room. And I just have to tell you, that was so impressive from someone just walking into the school and visiting it, and the skills that you are all, and everyone that works with you, are teaching our kids to be able to proactively self-regulate. I think people think it's, once a child is maybe in a crisis situation, but it starts so much more beyond that. And it was just so cool as an adult to come into that and just watch these kids completely take ownership of their social and emotional well-being, and know in advance of getting into a troubled situation that they had a way to regulate themselves. So kudos to everyone here, and probably just dozens of people or more behind the scenes that are behind you guys. It is life-changing. So it was amazing to see. But I would like to know more about the peer counseling too. I just think that that's helpful now.
Bryn, did you want to answer that?
Yeah, definitely. So to the best of my knowledge, I believe that peer helpers are just for the high school. But for all I know, there's probably some type of, organization like that in the middle schools as well. But yeah, it's actually a really nice thing, because there are actually students in every single grade that have been elected by their peers as people who, their peers think are very trustworthy and, could help them a lot. And so, yeah, it's a great organization and group that we have at Stillwater. And we've actually, as student council, been trying to promote them. And so, yeah, we post about their content and stuff on our social media page, as well as on their page. They do a lot of fun promotions for students there.
Director Porveni.
Thank you. I have one statement and one question. A statement is, and I'm sure you've heard it so many times, thank you. Thank you for what you do, especially in your area. It's not really easy, especially, developing new competencies in this because of the COVID situation and trying to meet all of our kids' needs. So thank you very much. And if you haven't heard it before, we'll say it so many times again. Thank you. My question is, how would you be able to, Director Sherman said it, how would you be able to provide awareness for a lot of parents, especially, and Heather, you did mention parents with language challenges and all that. So how would you be able to provide information so parents are aware that we have these programs? Because I can assure you that a lot of the parents, especially those who have language barriers and all that, are not aware of the programs that we have. And this is something that will be extremely useful to them. And I think the great work that you do should be known to all. And so all kids can really benefit from what you provide within the district. So that's my question. But again, thank you for everything. Thank you.
I think Jen and Heather and others, I'm just familiar with secondary. Can you speak out to how you do intentional reach outs and share information with families? And of course, we are educators and we are also learners. So there are always things that we could do better and we could do differently to improve our ability to reach the people that need these services and support. So thank you for recognizing that.
Absolutely. I might just add too that if we do know that there is a barrier to a student with language, we do have interpreters that we will go through, and we'll work in that way. If we need information that is translated into the student's language, we will work in that means as well. But the Language Live and the interpreters services has really been very helpful and really slick as well. So the more we do that, the more people are more comfortable with that too.
Yes, and I would second that. The language line has been an invaluable resource for us to use. I've become good friends with Google Translate. And so when I'm having difficulty reaching some families and I know the home language that's available for us to see on Skyward, I will Google Translate that. I will send my message in English and then again, right below in the correct language form. Sometimes, I just want to share, like, this is new for me this year too. We can't reach parents. We can't get them on the phone. We can't get them to respond to an email. And so we've done some home visits and we've been just overwhelmed with people's thankfulness and gratefulness of the school reaching out and trying to make that connection. And once we've done that, we can get kids back. We can get them engaged again. And so that's been really exciting. And that's the first time I've done that this year.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Director Unken.
Just a quick comment. I think I work in schools as well, and I think as we found out, trying any different thing you can to try to reach kids, and it sounds like that's what you guys are doing. And this is probably truly where the meaning of "it takes a village" really means something this year. So thank you for all you do.
Thank you so much for coming and giving this presentation. You've educated us and you've educated the community, and we deeply appreciate what you do. So thank you.
Thank you for having us. We are honored to be here, and I could not be more proud of the work that these 5 individuals are doing and the work that all of our staff are doing. And the staff who are watching this, if you need anything or you have ideas that can make it better, you know where to find Caroline and myself, and of course your colleagues. So thank you again.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda is open forum. So we are looking for Carissa, I believe.
Yes, there is usually something that you read at the beginning of open forum, just the rules. But
I was just going to ask you, do we have anybody tonight?
We do. We have 1 speaker.
Okay, great. So I am going to read what we always read before we have open forum. School board meetings will be held electronically until further notice. If you wish to speak to the school board, you will be able to do so at the start of the school board meeting during open forum. A sign up for open forum speakers is available online on the board webpage from 3 to 4 p.m. on the day of the meeting to provide time for instructions to connect to the meeting to be sent to speakers. You may sign in only for yourself, not for other individuals or groups. The order of speakers will be established on a first come, first served basis. Due to time limitations, we will limit the number of speakers to 15, with each speaker receiving 3 minutes. You will need the ability to join the meeting electronically, either by phone or online. You will receive instructions for joining the meeting 30 to 60 minutes prior to the start of the meeting. Stillwater Area School District welcomes input from citizens as community involvement fosters better decision-making and improved learning experiences for all students. While comments and questions are welcomed during open forum, law prohibits the board from discussing concerns about individual employees or students in a public meeting. We will stop the proceedings immediately if employee or student privacy issues are raised and direct the speaker to forward comments regarding individual employees or students to the superintendent. Because we are modeling civil discourse for our community, speakers must present their testimony in a respectful manner. Vulgarity, character attacks, malice, or specific complaints identifying staff or students by name or implication will not be permitted. The board will not deliberate, discuss, or engage in conversation with speakers during open forum. However, the board may ask administration to review the concerns presented. And with that, Carissa.
All right, we have one speaker tonight. It's Jen Tamburo, and we will admit her to the meeting. Did we lose her?
I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Oh, there you are. Hi, Jen. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I heard I'm the honor of being the only one tonight, so I hope this is taken in wonderful light. So good evening, student representatives, school board members, newly elected board chair Petrie, and interim superintendent Lansfeld. My name is Jen Tamburo, and I'm a resident of the Stillwater School District and reside in Afton, Minnesota. I want to take this time to thank former board chairs and school board members, Sarah Stivland and Jennifer Peltier, for their display of unity that they showed our district during the last special school board meeting of 2020. They came together in the last meeting to show compromise, understanding, and care for our community. For me, they left a positive mark at the end of their service to our district by that act of unity. And for that, I truly want to thank them both for this act, as well as their years of service to our school district and community. It is no secret our community and school board has been divided, but this act of unity that was displayed, I hope ignites a flame of unity that will continue to burn bright in 2021 with this new school board. 2020 was a year like no other for our world, our country, our state, and our community. And unfortunately, with all the negativity happening in the world around us, it was hard to watch our school board meetings at times when the needs of our children didn't always appear to be at the forefront. But the show of unity at the end of 2020 gave me faith that maybe we can write anew for 2021, show kindness and grace to each other. Through a wonderful community partner, Shepherd of the Valley Church, our 4th, 5th, and previous 6th graders at Afton Lakeland Elementary were able to take part in an after-school program free of charge called Third Base. This program did not focus on faith, but it focused on understanding one another, what being a good friend or classmate means, and overall kindness to others. My children absolutely loved this program. And unfortunately, due to the pandemic, this program isn't being held currently. But I can honestly say that the students and the kids that I know that went through this program still carry those values today in how they act in the community. You might ask, why am I bringing this up? I bring this up because I worry about the life lessons of understanding and kindness and what being a good friend our children are missing from programs like this, or simply just being in school. I worry that they see deplorable behavior by adults, such as yesterday in our nation's capital, or even some of the behaviors that have been exhibited in the past by this board and our community in general. I ask that we continue and put additional focus on kindness in our district, not only for our students, but also in support of our teachers, our administrators, our board, and the parents of our community. I'm willing to help in this endeavor, but I do feel that this is very important for our community. At the start of the pandemic, I wrote a note on my desk, and I carry it with me every day, and I look at it every day. And it says, defining moment in our leadership is how we show up. I ask that moving forward, this board write a new chapter in our community of unity, pride in our community, understanding and grace for each other, and overall kindness. Let tonight be the start of that flame burning bright for our Pony community. Thank you very much and have a great night.
Thank you, Jan.
And that concludes our open forum for the evening. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Carissa. The next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. If no one has any concerns about the items on the consent agenda, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I would motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, do we have a second? Director Porbeni. Okay, any discussion about the consent agenda? If not, we'll ask Joan to do the roll call.
Director Hockert,
Yes.
Director Ronkin,
Yes.
Director Petrie,
Yes.
Director Porbeni, Director Porbeni,
I think you're muted.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Director Riley,
Yes.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Director Weisberg.
Yes.
You have a 7 vote. Motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you, Joan. We move on to reports, and the first one is the enrollment survey. Superintendent Lansfeld, is that who is going to be?
Yes, we will go ahead and have.
Oh,
Peter
okay.
Weatherman is here and Carissa will assist him with the information.
Great, thank you.
Peter, do you have your own PowerPoint or did you need me to pull it up?
I can share the screen. Everybody can hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, let me get. Everybody see it on the screen? All right, I am going to turn off my camera since I think my kids are online upstairs and overwhelming the internet and I don't want it to cut out here. So it's a pleasure to be here with you. I've met a few of you in the past. Welcome to the new school board members. And just to review what we undertook for the district. We talked to 2 samples of parents to help the district have a better idea for planning in 2021 if you're looking at operating funds and building needs. And one question that's become clear with school districts this fall is most districts had a fairly sizable outflow of students going to other options this past fall. And the fundamental question with this group was, are they going to be willing to come back? Was it a temporary decision or a permanent decision? Now, we've been doing these types of surveys and we call them outbound surveys for about 25 years. And what we found in the past is typically once a parent makes an adverse decision against their home school district, that student is basically not going to come back to the district. Okay. And so, but this is obviously 2020 is a very unique circumstance. So we wanted to test that thesis. And then with the distance learners, and this, the second portion of the survey is talking with parents of children that chose to distance learn from the start of the school year, not those when you had to switch over to full-time distance learning with the students that were in hybrid. These were ones that started from the start. And the question for this group was, once the schools are open back again, are they going to come back or are they going to look for an online school option? They like this option because that obviously would impact funding and space needs in the district. So that's kind of the 2 overarching purposes of the survey. So I started with the outbound survey and putting up the demographics. There are some unique demographics with the group of parents that chose to go elsewhere. First off, the grade level of the student, it was majority were elementaries had elementary school children, 59%. 43% of the households had middle school children and 23% high school children. They were younger, the newer residents to the Stillwater School District. The average time in the district was only about 7.5 years. So that's one unique item here, that they're not necessarily connected to the district with a long time of living in the district. 23% had high schoolers. The one unique demographic on this one is those parents who typically outbound their student tend to be they're highly educated. Typically, the college graduate portion is 65 to 70%. You have this reflects the overall breakdown of parents in the district, roughly on educational attainment, with 23% being high school graduates, 35% having some college experience, and 42% college graduates. The split on gender of the parent, 38% male, 62% female. What you typically see in the residential surveys that we undertake for the district, that we balance that simply by asking for the person whose birthday is nearest to the date, because men don't answer the phone. But when you're talking about a child's education, we talk to the parent who answers. And so we kind of typically see that, about a 40-60 split. Now, of this group of parents that outbound parents, where did they send their child? What was the option they chose this fall? 39% sent them to another public school district. 28% sent them to a charter district. 19% private parochial, and 14% homeschool. Of those that, taking out the homeschool parents, we asked for the charter, other public, and private and parochial. Were the children going to school in person every day? Were they in a full-time distance, or a hybrid program, 22%? You can see 2/3 of the children were going to in person every day. And that really was kind of the thesis behind this. And this has been backed up in other districts now that we've done similar surveys. The vast majority of the parents that chose to leave made the decision based on seeking to get their child in school every day. When we ask for a primary reason and then a secondary reason, and this is open-ended, and so they could tell us a myriad of things, and your parents did. And so the blue bar is the primary reason, the number one reason they gave us. The lighter blue bar is the secondary reason. What goes to the top, basically 1 in 4 parents said, I wanted in-person learning. Followed by 5% as a secondary. 16% said it was better for the family schedule, a total of 22%. 11%, and these are the homeschoolers, said lessen the COVID risk. They pulled out, they didn't go to any school, they homeschooled. Then you only had 3 others that hit double digits as a combined. Better organized learning. 10% looking for faith-based, and 12% looking at socialization. I went through and added up as a primary factor on the top of the mind, the dark blue bar, something around in-person academic rigor, the family schedule, everything going with the pandemic. It's approximately 58% of parents indicating that that's a primary reason at the top of their mind. So asking them straight out, the factor of when the Stillwater schools decided to do hybrid learning this fall, was it the most important factor, major factor, minor factor, or not a difference at all? 35% indicated it was the most important factor. 26% said it was a major factor. 12% minor factor. 3/4 of the parents said it was a factor, and 60% said it was a major factor or the most important factor. Only 1/4 of the parents indicated that it made no difference to them. Now, there are more unique findings in this. We asked them to rate their experience at the current school or the homeschooling experience they're having. Overwhelmingly positive. 89% said excellent or good. 10% said only fair. 1% said unsure. What's unique is the lack of enthusiasm. And by that, it's the low excellent rating. Only 1 in 4 are saying that the education their child is getting is excellent. The norm on this, when parents of outbound parents rate their current school, and I don't know if it's their true experience or they want to believe that the self-fulfilling, the typical excellence rating is about 55%. Okay, so they're positive. They're just not enthusiastic about the experience in the current school. What's the reason for the rating of the current school? Good teachers, good academics, better grades, more focus on learning, in-person learning. Really, it's the great teachers and then everything else. There's a myriad of answers they gave. Another unique finding, we asked them to think back. It's a hard thing to think back to before the pandemic. How did they rate the quality of education in the Stillwater schools? They were positive. What we typically see in outbound parent surveys is the only fair and poor category. You only have 12% saying only fair, nobody said poor. The unfavorable rating is typically somewhere between 40 and 45%. The concern that drove them out is the academic quality. It's not the case with this group. 82% rated the quality of education positively. In fact, this rating almost mirrors the rating of their current school situation. So they didn't actually, you actually had 26% say their current school is excellent. You had 28% saying it's excellent in Stillwater before the pandemic. You actually had more people saying excellent for Stillwater pre-pandemic. So it is unique in that situation. What's the reason for rating the quality of education in the Stillwater school districts? 26% said the great teachers, 20% said good academics, 10% said it was an average district. Those were the ones that said only fair. 10% pointed to programs, 7% high achievement stats, 6% an overall good education, 6% good sports and extracurriculars. Your parents were very focused, not so much on the programs, only 10% pointing to programs. They're focused on the teachers and then what was actually happening in the classroom, whether it's the academics, the high achievement stats, the good education. Really is what, with these parents, they were focused on. Now, the major reason that the hybrid this fall was such a major factor for so many was these parents' overall rating of their experience with spring distance learning. And you're not unique in this. We've done over 25 surveys in the past year with parents' experience with spring distance learning this spring. You actually had more parents rating it unfavorably than favorably. You had 44% rating it excellent or good. You had 53% rating it only fair or poor. And the excellent rating was 3% and the poor was 21%. Now, what was the reason for the only fair or poor rating? Really, the theme that came out across the state was the lack of academic rigor. 31% of these parents pointed to that. 16% talked about their students getting poor grades. 14% said just overall it was disorganized. 10% unreliable internet, and then 6-7 answers in the single digits. But really, the overarching reason for an unfavorable rating, it was the lack of academic rigor. What do they like most about your current school? Their current school. 27% right off the top. Hey, the kids get to go to school in person. That's the most important thing. That's unique too. I mean, normally by this point they're latched on to something else they like about the school district. You know, whether it's the teachers, the programs, the class sizes, something like that. You know, it's in-person learning, and then a myriad of answers in the single digits. What do they miss about the school? The Stillwater schools. 27% miss the teachers. 15% miss the convenience of the school for their child, and then you know, seven different answers in the single digits: extracurriculars, sports, socialization. 5% said everything. You know, 3% actually surprisingly said they missed their child at home. Since then those were the ones that set them in person. Elective options, in-person conferences. You can see only 1 in 5 said nothing. When we asked that of the typical outbound parent survey, the nothing is typically about 75% saying they don't miss anything about the current school, that the former school they left. So in all of this leading up to it, I've pointed out where these parents are unique. And what we typically see on this question, and this is the key question, is how likely are you to send your child back to the Stillwater schools next year? 38% said very likely, 18% said somewhat likely, 13% not to, 23% not at all, and 8% were unsure. You have 56% that are indicating that they're likely to send their students back. Now, typically, we always discount, there's a difference between intention and actual behavior. But I don't think you can necessarily do this with this sort of question, because there's intention, but it was a past behavior that they'd be going back to. So you have about 50 to 55% of these outbound parents that probably are going to come back next fall. That is unique in a typical outbound. Typically, once they're gone, they're gone. And it's only about 5 to 10% that say that they're very likely or somewhat likely to send their students back. Okay, so all these students haven't been lost. About a quarter of them made a decision for something other than hybrid learning. And that's the group that's going to, that was the decision they made, whether it was faith-based or those sorts of factors, something the district can't provide. Now, turning to the sample of parents with their students doing the online learning from the start of the school year, they selected to do it full time. Basically, across the grade levels, they're pretty much equal. About half of them have elementary school children, 52% have middle school, and 50% have high school. The average time in the community comes out a little bit higher, about 9 years. 23% have preschoolers. And on this one, on the education level, this is what it typically looks like, a profile of an outbound parent. And I can't help the supposition, and now we've seen this in survey after survey that we've done on this. There is a socioeconomic aspect to parents that chose to have their student full-time distance learn. The ability to have their student be at home and for them to be at home also, with 2/3 of these parents indicating that they were college graduates. Only 8% were high school graduates. They also then tend to be older. 17%, 18 to 34. You can see almost half of them are over the age of 45. And then the gender split on the parents were 44-56. What was their reason to do 100% online learning this fall? It was the risk of COVID. 3/4 of the parents, that was the major option. 6% saw it as the only option. They didn't consider hybrid really a viable option. It was either in person or full-time distance. 4% said parents at home, and a myriad of other things, but 3/4 straight out in an open-ended, it was the risk of COVID. How would they rate the experience of distance learning this fall? Very positively. 75% rated excellent or good, 24% only for poor. And now if you look at the enthusiasm, it's 7-1 in the excellent to the poor. Think back to how the outbound parents rated spring distance learning and how these parents are rating the current distance learning. It's very drastically changed. We're going to see how they rate the current distance learning to their experience in the spring also. What do they like most about it? Well, 17% said flat out it's safer. Keep in mind, 3/4 of them were looking to mitigate the risk of COVID. 12% said good teacher instruction. 9% talked about independent learning, learning at your own pace. Their student is more focused. The student is getting better grades, the convenience at home. They're happy the student can still get an education, and right on down the list. There's not one aspect, there's a lot of different aspects that they're really attaching to liking. So even though 3/4 were seeking safety, 80% of them have found something else they liked about the online learning this fall. What needs to be improved? There are a lot of different things, but there's not one major issue anymore, like we saw in the spring when districts were testing. 12%, only 2 hit double digits. 12% said improved technical support. A lot of parents talked about parental user error, and 10% talked about more support from the teacher for their child. Down at the bottom, 13% said nothing, 1 in 7. In the springtime, when we were doing some evaluations for districts in May and June on what needed to be improved on online learning, districts, there was 0% saying nothing. I mean, parents had ideas on how to improve it. So there really has been an improvement. And it bears out in this question. Compared to online learning in the spring, would you say that online learning this fall is much better, somewhat better, about the same, somewhat worse, or much worse? 69% said it was either much better or somewhat better. 21% said about the same, and only 8% said it was worse. So the whole talk, the discussion that districts had really of, this is going to be online learning 2.0 really does bear out with this group. I mean, they see the improvement from spring to fall. How do they rate the quality of education in the district pre-pandemic? Very strongly. They were very happy. 45% excellent, 50% good, only 2% were only fair. I mean, they were the excellent rating. Typically, with parents, we want to see that somewhere between 40 and 50%. What was the reason for the quality of education rating? It's the teachers. They love the teachers in Stillwater, always have for all the years we've done surveys there. 12% said good programs. And then once again, your parents really get idiosyncratic. We always like to have, a fewer bars to have more detail. I could walk down the list, but 2%, small class sizes, very idiosyncratic, but the teachers are loved and adored in the Stillwater School District. So the question then is, how likely are you to send your child back when the governor says it's okay? Now, this was done back in the first part of December, so this is before the governor talked about it. 40% said very likely, 25% said somewhat likely, but 26% said not to or not at all likely. About a quarter of them are saying this is working for me. Okay. Now, the reason for the not likely decision splits 40-60. 41% basically won't believe it's still safe. It's going to be too risky for COVID. But 60% are saying something that is positive towards distance learning that they're liking. Whether the student's getting better grades dominates at 38%, a continuity at 8%, the student is more focused at home, the student enjoys learning at home, and less social anxiety. So if we go back to this 26% that said not to or not at all, and put the reason, once when people are all vaccinated, you take away the COVID risk. You have 60% of 26. About 15 to 16% of these parents are not likely to send their child back to school in person. So how likely would they be to use an online option from the Stillwater schools after the pandemic? 20% said very likely, 19% said somewhat likely, 52% said not to or not at all, and 9% were unsure. What we do on this, and this kind of says that maybe that 16% in theory that we asked 2 slides before, if the district offered the option, there would be potential to even grow it further. It could go to 20% of students. If it's well done like it has been in the fall, that they would consider basically having their student learn from home full time. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, directors, do you have any questions on this presentation? And I can't, oh, okay. Director Sherman.
I was just curious, Peter, is there any, in terms of, was there anything that was notable between the grades, like with the secondary and the primary and the middle school? Was there any differentiation in, like, a high percentage of the high school kids really like distance more so than maybe the middle or the elementary?
Interestingly enough, not in your district. That we've seen it in other districts where there tended to be more satisfaction with distance learning, and even hybrid learning with secondary students as opposed to elementary school. But when we're looking at those that are doing the online from the fall, from the start, it was pretty consistent from elementary, middle school, and high school level.
Thank you.
Director Weisberg.
Thank you. In the past, I think we've gotten the actual survey questions and what the answers are. Would it be possible for the board to get not just the PowerPoint, but the questions and answers as far as how you got the PowerPoint?
Yes, I've shared it with the district, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else with a question? Director Ankin.
Just real quick, and maybe this was in the PowerPoint side of it, like for the distance learning group, how many people or how many families were surveyed?
The distance learning, we did both samples set it to a plus or minus 5.5% in 95 out of 100 cases. So since you have more than 2,000 students distance learning full time, that's a 300 sample is what that equates to. With the outbound parents, you have what's called a small sample correction. Because I believe off the top of my head, the universe was roughly about 400 households, roughly. It came in, I believe the number was right about 150 in order to achieve that 5.5% margin of error.
Thank you.
I had a question. I'm wondering, you must have been surveying other districts on this same question. I wonder how Stillwater ranks, and maybe you mentioned this during the presentation, I missed it. How do we stack up against the results from other districts on this question?
It's been pretty consistent. What we're seeing now in the outbound parent group, we've seen everything from 40 to 60% of parents saying they're going to send their kids back. That's kind of the window right now. And with the online option, the full-time distance learners, the interest in keeping going in distance learning varies greatly with the experience the parent is having in distance learning from that district. And that is unique. It's been as low as 5%. It's been as high as 28%. Okay, so it really is kind of a dual-edged knife on that, in the sense the better the distance learning, the more likely the parent is to not bring their kids back to the Stillwater School District in person.
And you found that those numbers are a little higher. The satisfaction with online is a little higher in Stillwater than it might be elsewhere. Is
yes, from your online group, yes. And I think that is why you have, I would project, roughly, 20 to 22, 23% of these kids might not come back, especially if they're given an option from the Stillwater School District.
Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. Anyone else with a question? Okay, well, Peter, we appreciate your coming in tonight and giving us this presentation. This is really good information that we'll have to digest and figure out where we go from here, but we appreciate the lens that you've given us on this.
Wonderful. It was a pleasure. Congratulations. Be well and healthy.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda is on the dial learning update. Superintendent Lansfeld.
Yes, thank you, Chair Petrie and fellow board directors. A lot has changed since we last met before winter break. And I will let Carissa, there it is. Okay, so moving our dial, right before winter break, we did receive a lot of information from our governor and Minnesota Department of Education. So how we would like to start this off, I will turn over the next few slides to Dr. Cherry to review our data.
Thank you, Superintendent Lansfeld. Members of the board and Board Chair Petrie, for the new members this evening, congratulations in your new roles. We're excited to be working with you. I'm going to take the first few slides of our presentation and talk a little bit about the data and the state of the state in terms of where we're at in relation to COVID. First of all, this slide indicates a preview of where we're at in the case county numbers. This is the number of cases per 10,000 over the 14 days by county of residence. You'll see that the number for Washington County is 44.49. That is extremely exciting to see that it is now below 50. Note that the time period is 12/13 through 12/26. This information is reported by the Minnesota Department of Health, and it is always a little bit delayed so that they can verify the information and ensure it is accurate. This is the data that under the Safe Schools Plan, the Minnesota Department of Education has really directed schools to be looking at this set of data specifically. As we look at our neighboring counties and what's happening around us, we can see that all around us, these case these case numbers are going down. They're all heading in the right direction. They're pretty close to us all around. Anoka at 47.23, Chisago County at 48.06, Dakota County at 48.78, Hennepin County at 39.81, and Ramsey County at 43.97. Digging in a little bit further into Washington County, as a school district, we continue to keep the pulse of what's happening in our school district. We like to see what's happening in our county in terms of not just the cases, but also in terms of the capacity in our healthcare system. And notice on this chart, there are two lines that are featured. This is a timeline of cases that goes back quite a ways, but you can see the trend line where we had a fairly stable line, and then as soon as we hit the beginning of October, actually it started around the end of September, as we were coming back into schools, we saw those numbers start to rise. The second line in blue that you'll notice is specific to Washington County. We had an outbreak with our prison population, and so our county was able to separate the information and the cases that were specifically tied to our prison to show us what was the impact of that on the overall case numbers. As you can see, the trend lines are still fairly clear. And then since the November timeframe, November date, those two lines now merge and it is just one. So we hit our peak in November and now we've seen a tremendous decline since that time. Another set of data that we utilize comes from the University of Minnesota. This is a researcher from the University of Minnesota that takes the information that's reported on a daily basis by the Minnesota Department of Health and tracks that information by county and by school district. The first slide here is our 14-day case rate per 10,000 is at 45.6 as of January 6th. This was just pulled yesterday. You can see here the trend line in our county, again, trending down. The other nice bit of information that this set of data is able to provide for us is a forecast of where we're headed. So two bits of information, the black squares show the official information that's reported by the Minnesota Department of Health. The blue triangles are the MDH that is reported on every 2 weeks
and also what is projected. And the purple diamonds forecast what's to come in the next 7 days. So you see that they're predicting a slight uptick, but it's still trending down from where we were at the end of December. The next slide, same type of information here, but now we're breaking this information apart by the zip codes that are within our school district. This information looks extremely promising. If you look at the map on the left, you will see 2 areas that are completely in green. Those zip codes are completely in green. What that references is the very low case counts in those parts of our county. The other thing that you'll notice is there are a few that are in the orange, but we are in much better shape, in a different place than we were just even at the end of December. So the next piece of information I'm going to share with you is specific to our school population. This is our COVID dashboard. This is available on our school district website. We keep track of the number of cases and the number of individuals that are quarantined within our schools on a weekly basis. So this is most up to date of 12/25 through 12/31. It's always approximately 1 week old. And the information that's reported here on the weekly active cases, this is the number of individuals who have been tested positive during that time frame. At this time, note that we have our students in distance learning. So, and we also were on break during this time. So 0 students and 2 staff members who had tested positive for COVID-19 during that time frame. Because it is a 1 week time frame, and at times we don't receive the reports of those positive cases until more than 5 days after the individual tested positive. That information is we don't go back and update the weekly active cases. We don't add them into the current week. They just are where they are, but they are added into the weekly exposed and the cumulative COVID-19 cases since the start of the school year. So those are numbers that you can see since the start of the school year for both students and staff. The other item, the weekly exposed and quarantined column, 1 student, 3 staff members. Again, this is a time where we were on break. Many staff members were on vacation. So not a whole lot of staff or students that were working or in school at that time. But if you look at the cumulative exposed or quarantine since the start of the school year, you'll see very significant numbers there with over 2,500 students who are quarantined and nearly 500 staff members.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cherry. So you can see with this visual, the goalposts keep moving on us. We started off with one plan, and the governor and the state, they keep changing our plans as information flows and evolves. So one person out there, I believe on Twitter, said that 2 words this year, we need to be nimble and have a lot of grace with this because it keeps changing. And so just before winter break, we had some adjustments from our state, and the governor would like us to prioritize bringing back our littlest or youngest learners back into our schools. And for the elementary students, preschool elementary students, they want us to lessen the focus on the county data, the rates per 10,000, as the main determining point when considering a learning model. Our secondary students, grades 6 through 12, will continue to follow those same protocols and parameters. And when you look at the rates per 10,000, we are finding out that when we connected with our regional support team, 50 cases per 10,000 kind of seems to be that magical number to when we are trending up, when the numbers are trending up and it hits 50, it seems to just burst after that. But not so much when we're trending down, they feel a lot better about that. If it's above 50, but trending down, we're okay, but trending up, it's kind of a point we need to really watch. So the governor and the state provide new guidance on mitigation strategies for in-person learning. We'll discuss those in a future slide. And they've asked us to use a rolling start or a slow startup to make sure that it's safe, that we can adequately staff, our operational capacity is intact, and the students are able to be in the best environment possible. So with that, no more than 3 grade bands can be introduced into a single building at a time. Once they're introduced, we need to wait 2 weeks before we can bring back further grade levels. So within that plan, our new mitigation strategy or safety protocols, we are going to still continue to try and maintain cohorts of students. And it is much easier to do that at the elementary level than at the secondary level. They usually have one main classroom teacher. They're not rotating in the halls in between multiple classes. And sometimes they just listen better to adults to maintain those physical distancing requirements. We are also, as mentioned in my superintendent's report, going to begin next week, if all of the kits arrive, optional COVID-19 testing for our staff that are working with students. And hopefully this will help prevent the spread within our schools. Staff are strongly recommended, and this just changed during winter break. It was mandated, and now it's strongly recommended and encouraged to wear both a face shield and a face mask. It is not required, but again, strongly encouraged, with the biggest recommendation being to wear both when you are adult to adult, because we do know that the spread occurs most frequently the older the person is. And we are going to ask our adults to maintain that 6 feet of physical distancing still when we bring students back to an in-person learning model. But please note, we want families and staff to know that the students, when we're in person, we are asking them to try to maintain, and we know it won't happen all the time, but trying to maintain 3 feet of physical distancing between students. We do know that when instructing or interacting and working with students, it's not always possible to maintain that 6 feet. So we have ordered the clear plexiglass barriers for our teachers and other staff that they have the availability to use as needed. They have started arriving in our schools. It's just about everybody all at once. All the schools within our state started ordering these when the new guidelines came out. So hopefully everyone will have them soon if they don't have them already. This last point, the 6 feet between students in the cafeteria, that has already evolved a little bit. We met with our regional support team this week, and they're recommending at the elementary school, they can be 3 feet apart if they're within a pod or a classroom within the cafeteria, but asking to maintain 6 feet apart between the pods. And they are recommending 6 feet apart with the secondary students because of all the interactions. It's much more difficult to maintain pods at the secondary level. If we cannot maintain that distancing in the cafeteria, we will have students eat in the classroom. But again, that will probably be 3 feet away. And we're hoping to fit as many students as we can in the cafeteria during the lunchtime. So the recommendation for us will be to move our dial for our littlest or youngest learners, our elementary students, with a pre-K-5 rolling start back to in-person learning. We would really like to try to avoid the hybrid learning model as much as possible. The hybrid learning model is meant to be a bridge between the in-person and the distance learning, and we learned a lot from it this past fall. It served its purpose quite well, but we know it's difficult for teachers. It's a very huge, large workload for teachers to have students in-person and students learning at home at the same time and then swapping. We also know that it can be very difficult for families with the childcare with the every other day hybrid model. Secondary students at this time, 6 through 12 will remain in distance learning. I'd like to note that the GATE program at Stillwater Middle School, the 4th, 5th grade students are also following that at this time. Beginning next week, after we just met with our regional support team, we will be jumping into discussions about secondary students and what their learning model will look like in the near future. Okay, so we do have a timeline for our elementary students, and preschool was able to start back yesterday and today for the A and B groups. We were so excited to have them there. They were able to start back before the 18th because we had preset this as a goal date to return right after winter break. The preschool teachers had their transition, 2 transition days that are mandated by the state to provide all of our teachers coming back into in-person. They use those on Monday, Tuesday, and then they are back. And a comment from a couple of the teachers telling us the students remember the schedules much better than some of the adults. They were ready to go. They are going every other day right now with the smaller groups just to make sure we start out safely. And beginning February 1st, they will move to 4 days per week, which is their regular schedule. Fridays, they just have play dates if they opt in for that. Grades K through 2 and site-based programs, we are recommending a start date of January 27th. Although the governor said we could bring back students starting January 18th. We took a lot into consideration. And if you look across the metro area, it's really split up with a percentage starting that week, large percentage starting the week we're recommending, and about a third of the districts starting February 1st or later with their elementary. It just all depends on their plans. Before winter break, we had communicated with staff and families that our target date would be the week of the 25th. January 22nd is the end of our quarter. That's a Friday, and that really allows time for our teachers. I've done a lot of preparation to finish off that quarter. January 18th is a Monday that was already assigned as a grading day, which will be a non-school day. For our students, or our teachers can focus on getting in those grades, which is complex this year with the different learning models and our pandemic. The 2 transition days that are required for teachers would be assigned on Monday the 25th, Tuesday the 26th, and then the recommendation from our administrative team, leadership, principals, and input from staff would be to continue a C day until March 1st. The C day, so that would be 4 days of in-person, Monday through Thursday. The Friday has been a C day, which is still a learning day. That's an online distance learning day. This plan was supported by our regional support team. For a number of reasons, we are asking for this. First off, our 29 FTE for custodial services for the cleaning. They are casual employees, so many of them were laid off during the time that we have been in distance learning. We will need to rehire 13.6 FTE and make sure that they're in place for the deep cleaning, which if we don't have them there, that Friday could be used for that with the staff that we do have. We also know that a lot of our students during distance learning have struggled and need to be caught up. That C day, while students are learning at home for, it would be 5 weeks for K2, 3 weeks for 3 through 5. Teachers could be connecting with the students and families to try and get them back on track. We also know that students will be within a classroom put into quarantine. It already happened today with some childcare students, and it is a lot of work for teachers to have students in class learning and students home, possibly for an extended time in quarantine, 10 to 14 days, and they really need to prepare to support those students. It's a heavy workload, so we'd like to provide some time for that too. And operationally, we need to make sure that we can be fully staffed. Another factor with this decision We asked families to commit to a learning model at the beginning of the year and stick with it. They do have the option anytime to opt into on the or distance learning, but on the dial, we asked them to commit to it with the opportunity to make a change with a survey that went out right before winter break. It was due January 6th, and then all this new information came out. We had the holidays, people traveling. We wanted to give families a little bit of time to process this and really make the decision that's best for their family. So we extended that survey until the 10th. So Monday, we will be going through all of the information that the families have submitted. And from the 10th to the start with the 27th, that would provide time for us to complete all of the transportation routes that need to be done. We do have one district that's near to us where they had 25% of their students in distance learning. Now coming back with all this information, it will be close to 11% on distance learning, and the rest of the students coming back in. So they're going to have to restaff. We're looking at the survey right now. We're hoping that we don't have that much change, but that can take some time as well. So we're asking for that C day with distance learning at home on Fridays up until March 1st, and then 5 days per week, all students in person. Grades 3 through 5, that would be 2 weeks after for the rolling startup that's required. February 10th, they would start 4 days per week with C days at home learning until March 1st, and then go up to 5 days per week. January 20, and this is an important note, January 25th and 26th would be transition days for all K through 5 teachers. And even though 3rd through 5th would not be starting on February 10th, we need them there to do that together. And this is just for on the dial teachers. So no school those 2 days for on the dial students, and on the dial teachers would be working to transition into the new learning model. It would be a regular day for the 100% online learners on January 25th and 26th. We would make sure that we really communicate that with our families. So what does this mean for grades 6 through 12? Well, it was required to meet with our regional support team. We could not ask for an appointment with them until Monday, January 4th. We were able to meet with them this week. We have a lot of information from them, and we will begin to meet with our secondary administrators and bringing that out to staff with a lot of different ideas and reviewing the data that we have. But we do need to continue to follow the same protocols, follow our county COVID cases per 10,000 residents per data. We have completed our consultation with our regional support team, and we were able to meet with our district's COVID data advisory committee Monday night to review where we are. We have developed an internal document for looking at making decisions based on COVID rates and the availability to staff teachers and the availability to staff other support people. And we are looking at the case rate per 10,000. And again, that 50 is the number we're really looking at. And are we trending down towards that? Do we have 3 to 4 data points showing that we're trending down? Or is it going up and we're right there, possibly go up at a very fast speed? So the secondary return to school considerations that we'll be looking at will be safety considerations, exposure potential of students and staff. We know that middle school and high school, after we were met with our COVID data advisory team, we have decided we do need to look at them differently. The high school students tend to be a lot more mobile, especially with their driver's licenses and traveling. We need to look at movement between groups and classes. How long, what amount of time are they interacting with each other? And then the physical distancing, the classes are larger at the secondary level with possibly 33 to 35 students per classroom. And we need to try and keep them 3 feet apart when together. And then the cafeteria again, even though we have a little bit of leeway with the elementary students, We need to try to keep the secondary students 6 feet apart, and we need to think outside the box on that for our lunchtime. Other considerations, it's the grading period and stability. We do not want to be shifting our students back and forth between learning models. We want consistency in schedules. We need to address the social emotional health of students. We know that has been a huge concern during this pandemic. We do want to support that, and the need for academic support. We know that a lot of students, for many of them, that in-person connection is very important. We also have updated quarantine guidance, which we hope this will really help support keeping us in an in-person learning model. They, in some circumstances, have been able to shorten that time. So students and staff can return to normal activities after 10 days, it used to be 14, if they've been exposed but do not have any symptoms. People, adults and students can return to normal activities after 7 days, it used to be 10, if they do not have any symptoms and they can show documentation of a negative PCR, it needs to be a PCR test, completed 5 or more days after the last exposure date. If someone in your household does have a positive COVID-19 test, you cannot shorten your quarantine from the standard 14 days. We do hope that this will have an impact on our operational capacity. And with that, we are open for questions.
Okay, directors, I'm sure we do have questions. Who would like to go first? Director Hockert.
I guess my first question goes to the 4 days being on and then 1 day off until March 1st. Isn't that technically a hybrid schedule? And you just said that we were trying to move away from hybrid schedules for bringing our kids back for the sake of the teacher. So I guess I'm kind of wondering, would it be possible to bring them back 5 days a week right from the very beginning and go to a real, true, fully in-person?
It could be, but with input from our administrative staff, principals, teachers, we really wanted to provide that support to our students and our teachers. And it's not a day off. I don't want that to be misunderstood. It's still a C day. It's still a learning day, but it would be in distance learning. Technically, you could probably call it a hybrid, but the biggest issue or concern with the hybrid, well, it's the child care at the elementary and the parents, 1 day on, 1 day off. That was very difficult. But it was the workload for the teachers with having 2 sets of students, one at home in distance and a set in person. So the proposal for that, we did want to give time for, well, it would, if we started the 27th, that would provide time for the transportation, but the C days would be used those first few weeks to really support the students that need to be caught up, and the teachers on that Friday could be connecting with them and working with them, possibly in small groups or connecting with families, and then preparing for the students that could be in quarantine. That was the reasoning behind that, but it's up to the school board to make that decision.
Can I just add a little bit to that, Director Hackert? I think that's an excellent question. I think our goal is to have all of our students in school all of the time, and to provide the time as part of this roll-up plan to offer that C day for a few weeks will allow our schools to determine if we have the operational capacity to continue in this format. We anticipate that we will have students who will need some additional support, academic support, social support, and the C days would be a wonderful time to work one-on-one with students and families to provide that level of support. In addition to that, we anticipate that we will have students that will still be testing positive, family members will be testing positive, and they will need to quarantine. One thing that we, I think, have done really well since the beginning of the school year is tried to have our teachers focus on teaching students either in person or online. So what we've done is we've created, I believe it was 36 different sections of 100% online instruction. So teachers are not teaching both 100% online and on the dial students at the same time. But we anticipate this return to in-person instruction. We likely will have some situations where the students may be quarantined or someone will be quarantined. It won't be the entire classroom. And so the entire classroom won't be going to distance, but there might be a couple or a handful. And the teachers will need to figure out how to teach both online and continue to do their in-person instruction. So just these couple of weeks provides us some time to get up to speed and have our teachers understand what it's going to take to provide that additional instruction for students who are out on quarantine and how to do that well. And so this short period of time where we're keeping the C days would really help with our service to our students and our families.
Director Probani.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. Melinda and Dr. Cherry, thank you very much for the presentation. This is a very unique strategy because it also gives a flexibility in terms, let's say there's an increase in the situation of the COVID positive cases. At least we still have an opportunity to go, to go back to where we were, even if the kids are in class. But it also gives the other kids the opportunity that may be positive for COVID to still be able to learn at home when you have that one day off. So they're still learning while they're at home. So it's quite unique. I know it's different from us. It's something we've never done. But one other thing too is the opportunity to use, I know I spoke with you before now, the safety perspective, just the safety consciousness and being proactive about having those deep cleanings on Fridays and making sure there's preparation for the kids before Monday classes and all that. I'm sure a lot of thought went into this. So it's quite unique. It's a unique strategy, but it also gives a flexibility for preparation in case, the situation gets worse and we have to come back to the online, full online or, just the way it was before now. So I think it's pretty reasonable. We can have more discussions about it, but I seem to like that.
Thank you. Yes, and I don't think it's a matter of if we have more students in quarantine and staff, it's a matter of when. And already this week with the students in the school, we have childcare and some other specialized programming going on. We've had exposure and had to quarantine a number of students already this week. So we do want to make sure that they are supported because we know that's difficult.
Director Riley.
Thanks. So I didn't support this movement initially to begin with. I really want all of our kids back in school right away. And I don't really like the fact that our middle and secondary schools are not moving that direction now as well. And I know there is conversation about secondary being more flexible, more able to handle it, but there's a lot that aren't. And that really concerns me. I would really like to get that moving forward. What are the obstacles that are really holding this movement back? Is it space? I know, the exposure and the passing of the hallways, we've discussed that they aren't together long enough to reach that quarantine issue. And we're back on buses now. We have that ability where everybody's together. And one more thing too, we have updated guidance, and I want to ensure that everybody's using that guidance, that we're not doing some at 14 and some at, just because, that might be what is ultimately recommended, but everybody goes in and we do that same. I was a little concerned at the COVID data meeting that we were going to pick and choose, and I would like to see things all set across the same standard across the board. Sorry.
Yes, no, beginning early next week, we are starting right in on possibilities for bringing secondary back. We are thinking, some different possibilities might be a grade level at a time or a couple of grade levels at a time. We need to run through that because it's complex. We know that some 6th grade students might have teachers that teach a different grade level, different classes. So it's going to be complex. We want to make sure that the cafeteria, we're going to have to be creative. What do we do to make sure everybody gets a lunch? We're still following the physical distancing, but we do know that it's critical to try and get those kids back into school as soon as possible too. We just want to do it safely. We know there's an urgency to it, and we're hoping to have more information next week that we could bring back to the board for a decision.
Okay, if I can just follow up, I have seen conversations that are kind of alarming around, amongst the students, and they're really, really concerning about the attitude of the distance and the hybrid learning. So I think it's really important to get them back in school.
I fully agree with you, Director Riley.
Director Sherman.
So I'm glad that Director Hocker brought up the C day. I'm struggling on the C day. And I don't know if, I think my struggles are a little bit more with exactly kind of what that's going to look like across all of our schools. And, I'm trying to rationalize kind of the pro and con where we're losing a day of instruction by doing this C day strategy for all kids. So it's a really hard one for me to get past because I'm a part of making this decision. I also just spent a little bit of time looking at comparatively at some of the schools just right around us, and they're all going back to 5 days. And so I hear a presentation like Morris Leatherman provided us today, and just from a standpoint, and we're getting a lot of emails from community members as well. I know it's not scientific data, certainly, but it feels like that a lot of families really want that in-person instruction, and they want that 5 days, and it's what people are doing around us. And I don't want to discourage people from, we have an opportunity to bring kids back, I guess is what I'm saying. I don't want to lose sight of that loss in enrollment, and that the decisions that we're making here could swing that balance if we're going to get kids back or not. And that does weigh on me from a business side of it. I also just want to reiterate, I also agree with Director Riley. I'm excited to start the conversations about especially middle school right now, because I feel like the risks are more manageable. So I'm excited that you said that, Superintendent Lansfeld, that you're going to do that. But I guess I don't know where to go with the conversation on the C day. I see it from all sides. It's tough for me.
Now, this is a complex set of circumstances.
Director Weisberg.
And I guess just listen to everybody talk. I'm going to be in the minority once again here. I feel like exactly the opposite. I feel like we're moving way too fast. We're so close to getting a vaccine that can be widely distributed. Yesterday was the highest death toll yet for coronavirus. We're basically throwing the plan that we started the year with in the trash. The hybrid model was supposed to be a bridge between distance and in person, and we're skipping that altogether for elementary school. And I know that there's no way this is a decision 100% where we're going to make just as many people angry as we're going to make happy. And that this is a lose-lose situation, because it's a position that nobody ever wanted to be in. But to me, it seems like we're really rushing it, and I know that other people feel exactly the opposite, that we're going way too slow. But I just want parents to be sure that they know 6 feet to 3 feet is a new thing. People on the bus are not going to be distanced. I don't know that if they're going to be required to wear masks, I don't know that they'll keep it on. I attended 2 COVID district meetings this week, and a person who represented the cafeteria said that even in the hybrid model, where so many less students were in the high school cafeteria as normal, even though the tables were pushed 6 feet apart, students would scooch them back together. So even all the measures that we take doesn't mean that they will be implemented the way they're going to. And I think we're putting our teachers at more risk than what we told them we would do at the beginning of the year, and I don't think that's fair.
Director Hockert.
I guess my thoughts pertain to what Director Weisberg was just saying, and that I have also been in a more conservative camp. And I am slowly recognizing that the recommendations are evolving this year, and that the governor is definitely learning from what is working and what is not in our schools. And whereas I thought the initial recommendations were not conservative enough at the beginning of the year, and personally chose distance for my family, I do recognize the value in giving more families a choice again. And I feel like moving kids back into schools, and I do like the idea of having it be 5 days a week, particularly for childcare issues, which is huge at the elementary school level. And that giving parents that choice, that if they really are not comfortable still going back full time, that they can switch to the online model and move back in a more conservative direction as well. So I feel like this is an opportunity to give our families the choice again on what works for their families. And then kind of just an actual question coming out of this, looking at the elementary school with these new models, is there a new set of parameters for moving elementary schools back into a more conservative arrangement, or has that not really been set out? Like, just like the high school and middle school are still running on the old parameters, are there new parameters for pulling us back if need be, or are those just not available yet?
We will, thank you. We will still be looking at the county rate data. We will be looking at our local data. We will be looking at each site because there are different nuances at each site that we need to address. Main data points, besides what I just mentioned, we'll be monitoring the staff and student COVID rates and quarantine rates, as well as the operational capacity for our support staff. Can we run buses? Do we have too many bus drivers out? Can we serve meals? Can we adequately clean the classrooms? Do we have enough office staff? Do we have enough teachers or subs? Do we have enough para support? So we will be looking at all of those factors and making they call it the scalpel approach. So we will still be doing that.
I'll just add on to that and just give you a very direct answer, Director Hockert. There have not been metrics that have been established to roll back based on any information. It really does go to the localized approach of, are we able to safely operate our schools? So looking at the case rate data or some sort of chart is not going to tell us that. If we've learned anything from the fall, it was as soon as the county case rates hit right around that 50 mark, we began to have some very significant challenges in operating our schools.
Yeah, and I think it was a great analogy. We've used changing the goalposts with this, but one of our medical professionals during Monday night's COVID data advisory committee meeting said it's like surfing and riding the waves, and we are up and we are down, and it's an uncomfortable feeling, but things are continually in flux. So we'll take the data for each of our sites and do the best that we can to keep people safe while we're also trying to keep students in school.
Director Onken.
Two questions. You may have answered this during the presentation, but I'll ask again. For the elementary, if families opt to stay distance that hadn't originally done distance from the beginning of the year, will they have the option to do that? That's question one. Question two, regarding 6 through 12, is there an option to move back to hybrid, or is it all or none, where either we're either in school or it's just distance.
Okay, great questions. Thank you. Your first question, at any time, it's a state mandate this year, at any time, families can have the option to opt into distance learning. They do not always have the option to opt back into our on the dial. Many districts, it's complex with staffing, class size ratios. So that's why we've asked them to commit per quarter, which makes it difficult for us, but gives families more choice. A number of districts, many districts have asked families to commit for the entire year, but we're trying to provide that choice. Your second question, it's an option to do hybrid. It's an option to do in person, but please note the hybrid was meant to be that short bridge, and teachers were working nights, weekends, holidays. It's a huge workload. So we do need to take that into consideration as well. We know it's easier for families when the students are older and can be on their own a little bit more. The childcare is not as critical, but we still know that that can be difficult.
Director Perbani.
Thank you, Chair Petrie. You know, it's the COVID situation has created a lot of complexities in terms of how we do our work. It is true that we want all of our kids back in school. I'm sure all parents want that. But there are also parents that have situations where it might be very difficult for them to have their children in school. Do they have the option from the very beginning not to have kids on the dial?
Yes, at any time they can be distance learning.
Okay, so my second question is, considering the population, 33 to 35 students in the class, I'm sure that's not the case for all of the classrooms in elementary school or middle school. And some of these buildings are not conducive for that particular kind of population. Have we thought of something like that? Because I mean, it might be difficult for some of the buildings at these schools these kids are in, and the complexities of having even the 3 feet apart might be difficult. The hallways, the bathrooms, in a couple of other places. And all of these buildings, now is a time that when we look at our buildings, you can see why it's important for us to have environments that are conducive for these children to learn. I think the COVID situation has truly exposed that. And some of these buildings are just not conducive for these children to be able to have what we're looking for. Is that something you're also thinking about?
I agree. And we have different sizes of cafeterias. Some of the hallways, you know, seem to be wider than others. It's been recommended at the high school, one direction to try and minimize that back and forth. So they've put down arrows and directional signs. Will it always be maintained, the physical distance? And we know it can't be, but it's just a recommendation that we will strive for. If you've ever a former kindergarten teacher, you get those little ones, and developmentally they want to be around each other. So it's a challenge for teachers, and they are doing their very best. Now, that's one thing we learned from the earlier presentation. Families and students love their teachers in our district.
Director Sherman.
I had actually 2 questions. You mentioned GATE wasn't coming back as a part of this rollout. I was just curious the why behind that. So I guess that was one question, why they weren't coming back. And then also from a staff standpoint, I'm sure coming back is bringing up a lot of feelings of, you know, excitement because everyone wants to be back, but also nerves. Is there anything that you're doing to support the teachers through this, the staff members? And, you know, I'm thinking certain staff members like specialists who see all the kids, or intervention staff, you know, are they getting any kind of special PPE considerations? I don't know, anything like that you could maybe share.
Yes, take your second question first. We are meeting almost weekly with a team of teachers that represent all of the different groups. And we've also met with the different employee groups as well. The teachers are usually right in front of the students most of the day, and they do bring their concerns and questions to us. and we're trying to collaborate to work together. They've been really wonderful to work with and try to problem solve. For instance, speech teachers and how do we do that? And some of their classrooms are very tiny, so let's try and find some alternate spaces. Teachers on quarantine and going through all of their leave, we've allowed them to teach if they're still well, and we still put a sub in the class. So some of those solutions continue to come out of that. And we're just trying to problem solve as we go. Specialists at the elementary level, a number of them travel. They've tried to limit their traveling and do 3 blocks of time to be exposed to fewer students, but there are still a lot of challenges. The gate question, it has been communicated with the Gate family since the very beginning that they would be following the secondary or middle school schedule. And some of we do know that that's going to be a priority with when we start to bring back some middle school students. But just some bullet points with that. 3 of the 5 Gate teachers are teaching from distance learning right now for the year. And 2 of their Gate teachers also teach 6th grade courses. So there's some scheduling issues that we'd need to work out. The middle school elective teachers also serve as Gate elective teachers. So it's a very complex web that we're going to have to start those conversations early next week to try and support our students as best we can to get them back.
Well, those families did know that going into the year, so that's good.
Since the very beginning, they've known that, yes. And it's not easy, you know, and unfortunately we're there, but we're going to try and work some things out to get them back as soon as we can with our middle school students.
Can I just add one more point? Director Sherman, you made an excellent point about supporting our teachers and our staff, because there are a lot of emotions that are involved in coming back to school in person at this time. There is an extreme amount of excitement to be with their students. And at the same time, for many, there are some significant safety concerns. And just all of the emotions that go along with that. Starting in December, we had partnered with some of our community experts. Family Means is one that reached out to us directly to support our staff. They also offered sessions for our parents and community members, but they have provided some wonderful resources beginning in the middle of December, offering consultation services, mindfulness, yoga, other types of services to try and support our staff through this time.
And I do want to know, every teacher, every other staff member that you talk to, they want the kids back in school, they really do. But there are safety concerns. I've had some heart-wrenching phone conversations, Zoom conversations where we've had family members and significant others in hospitals, or it's been tough with the COVID. It's affected a lot of people, and we do have a lot of staff that have secondary health issues too. So they are always stepping up to serve our students. They do want them in, but there's a lot of nervousness about that too, with the safety for them.
Director Weisberg.
Thank you. And speaking of the interventionist and speech therapist, I'm almost positive that one of the meetings that I sat in, one of the concerns was, while we're trying to have cohorts stay together as much as possible, I think the answer was that is not going to be the case for interventionists and speech therapists, that they will be dealing with students from multiple grades at the same time, which is yet another thing we were doing differently, and we're kind of throwing that out the window. I don't want to belabor it because I know we're gonna vote on this later. I don't think it's a coincidence that if the graph we looked at earlier, numbers went up as soon as school started, and when we closed the schools, they went back down again. So while we've gotten some emails from parents saying, have the courage to do the right thing, we also have to have the courage to do the right thing for our community. And I don't think it's a coincidence that when school started, it went way up. When the governor asked for restaurants and bars to be closed and we went to distance learning, they went way down. Again, yesterday was the highest death count ever. and the state of California, things were going really well, and all of a sudden they've exploded. And that's where it happened first. And I hope that we're not setting ourselves up for that kind of a disaster if we don't continue to try to keep this under control.
Thank you for those comments. And I would just like to add that the Department of Health, they do expect after the holidays, it's always a 2-week incubation period, that there will be some type of an uptick in numbers coming our way. And then Minnesota, things start opening up, the bars and restaurants beginning on Monday. And so 2 weeks after that, we could possibly see another uptick. As just anecdotally, my children have been in the Hudson School District where they have been in person because they do have different requirements for, they do not need at the elementary level. They've been in person this entire time, but operationally they can hire people to sub without a license or 4-year degree. In Minnesota, we are required to, so they've had more leeway with that. But anecdotally, I have noticed that even though I think half of Minnesota has been over in Hudson with everything closed down, I have not seen the large outbreaks at the elementary level coming through in our emails. So that's a positive sign.
Director Riley.
I think we need to keep in perspective that we never had COVID outbreaks within our schools. We had quarantine outbreaks within our schools. And when the community was high, the schools weren't. And so I think we need to remember that if there is an uptick in the community, our schools were the safe place to be. So just want to keep that in mind.
Director Sherman.
Okay, I just need to go back to the C Day. So you can tell this is where I'm so sorry, because I wish this is where we had time. It's the hard thing about a report and then voting, because I like that you're giving me a little bit more information on why that C Day is there, but I still don't know if the trade-off of losing that instructional day with kids, and that would be just with all kids, is, I don't know if I can justify the trade-off. And then I do look at what other districts are doing. So why are other districts, because I'm sure they have to worry about like their students being in quarantine and how to reach those kids, and they have the same concerns that we have, but they're able to have that 5th day. Can you maybe explain a little bit why other districts might be able to do
every
that?
district's doing things a little bit differently. I know that there are some districts that were doing like a 45-minute or 1-hour early release during their hybrid time. They are going to continue that just to support the teachers supporting the kids. And so it varies across the metro area. And again, met with a group of, I think, close to 50 superintendents on a Zoom call earlier this week. About a third of them, their elementary schools were not going to start until sometime after February 1st, to give it time. So everybody's a little bit different, trying to meet the needs of the students.
Director Weisberg.
Thank you. I actually just got an email from or a text from a teacher about the C Day that says, can you ask the other board members, if we went back full-time 5 days a week, when will teachers have the opportunity to create video lessons and link those lessons to a weekly learning board for students who are quarantined? We would still need to check in with those students and give feedback. When would we do that? So I just wanted to read that. Maybe that answers a little bit of Director Sherman's question. And then to say that one of the other COVID meetings that I attended, it was also thrown out, like Melinda just mentioned, what about ending the day 40 minutes early, which would try to adjust the same thing and give teachers time to do just that. So I don't know if that's helpful.
So I just had a comment and a couple of questions. I talked to a teacher friend last night about the C Day, and I mean, I don't know if this is a huge factor necessarily, but what this teacher said is that when these students come back, they will have been in distance learning for quite some time, and it will be exactly like the first day of school, and it's in September. But normally in a September, the kids are all kind of squirrely and they're just having a hard time focusing and having stamina and settling down. You can take them outside. You spend September sort of, getting them used to a 5-day-a-week schedule. It's going to be it's going to be harder to do that now, just because they have to be sort of constrained where they are in the classrooms because of the safety issues. And so, having them just go 4 days a week and then work up to the 5 is a way to allow them to get acclimated and allow the teachers a little bit extra time. So that I just want to throw that out there. But the questions that I have are, since like programs like ALC and transitions are sort of, self-contained in a way, is it possible to bring them back any sooner than waiting for the high school? And then the other question I have has to do with that C day. You had mentioned that there would be an opportunity for teachers to sort of like bring lagging students up. But I guess I'm not quite sure how that's all going to work if the teachers are still essentially teaching their class.
Okay, great questions. We do plan on, I'm sorry I didn't mention it in our presentation, but we are planning on bringing our ALC transition programs, specialty programs back at the same time that we are the K2. And so those small high need groups, they are coming back. Also, the C day with flagging, the teachers are not doing the live instruction. They've provided instruction on the C days. So the students should be learning. They've had these C days since the beginning of school in the hybrid model, but they have some live instruction where they're checking in, but there are so many hours during the day, the instruction time, where the teachers are not live, and then they can go out and meet with the small groups of students. They can make those phone calls. They can connect and work with separate groups of students.
But you're talking on Zoom here, right? You're not talking about in person, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, any other questions on this topic? Okay, we'll move on then. And the next topic on our agenda is school board committee assignments and working groups. I think that probably we will do exactly what previous school boards have done. If you would like to email me what your preferences are in terms of what kind of assignments you might like to have, then I will take all that into account, and probably we will make those assignments at our next business meeting, if that's okay with everybody. Okay. Next is contract reviews. And I think that's Dr. Tyne.
We'll see if he's coming on. Might be having some technical difficulty.
How am I doing? There
Oh,
I
there
am.
he is.
I'm alive. I may be old, but I'm alive. So, first of all, board chair, superintendent, directors, there are 5 contracts to report to the board that meet the criteria established by the school board for contracts under $50,000. They are listed on your page, and I'll go through them briefly. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. The first one is the AVID membership fees. And AVID, as you know, is the advancement via individual determination. And it's a wonderful program that's directed toward making sure that all of our students, no matter their background, have an excellent opportunity to move forward and receive a higher education background and careers. The second one is Baker Tilly, and that's for the survey that you approved earlier this year. And there are 2 surveys in it, one for the $28,950. The other one is for $18,900, the second one. Also, a couple of master tasks are included for the bonds and for the referendum, and that would be a total of just under $50,000. The third one is for Destiny Research Management, and that's for keeping track of the resources of the district, especially our technology, and it's used for inventory purposes. The last two are for mechanical services, one for licensing controls in our buildings, and that's for $4,872. And the last one is to integrate 2 rooftop units at Anderson Elementary, and that's for the HVAC computer system. Do you have any questions that I might be able to answer concerning those? Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Tyne.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is the school district calendar, and Dr. Cherry is going to be talking with us about that.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chair Petrie. And board directors. I'm privileged to report out on the work of our school calendar committee that met this year. The committee is made up of parents, teachers, district administrators, and principals. And the committee met 4 times this fall. During the process, we reviewed calendar requirements, we analyzed the input information, drafted a couple of different calendar options for your review. And by the time we ended our committee assignment this year, we were able to come to consensus on 2 different calendar options, which I'll be presenting to you this evening. In drafting these 2 calendar options, it's also important for me to note that the committee came together and really had one strong recommendation, and that was unanimous. And so I'll be sharing that with you. As we were looking at drafting these calendars, a variety of different inputs were considered. First of all, the number of student contact day requirements. We have 172 contact days to consider. And then also the employee contract requirements. We have a set number of teacher contract days, 192 days per year. And on top of that, our new teachers also have an additional 3 days. Within those employee contract days, we take into consideration things like requirements for professional development days, conferences, workshop days. We also take into consideration not holding school on holidays and election days. And so once you get all of these parameters put into place, the next set of criteria that we begin to look at are our academic, athletic, assessment, and activity needs. Our assessment calendar is considered. We try to balance the quarters and the semesters to ensure that we are meeting those academic needs equally across the school calendar. We look at the timing of graduation and when we may have a venue available for a graduation ceremony, which fingers crossed we'll be able to do that this year and next. We also look at our neighboring districts and their calendars and what they're doing. It's often important for families and communities to be looking at uniformity and some of the days off, most specifically spring break. In addition, we look at our Minnesota State High School League schedules, the other types of athletic events that are happening. And also we take into consideration our secondary registration time period and how that relates to also our staffing timelines. So what I'm going to do next is just provide a very brief overview of the 2 options that were considered. This is very small on the screen. So if you look in your packet, I believe this is pages 57 and 58 in your packet. If you want to go there, that might, your eyes might appreciate that a little bit better than trying to see it here on the screen. But note with option number 1, the biggest difference between the 2 options that are being presented to you are the start and end dates. With option number 1, we have a before Labor Day start. The committee found that this was extremely important and highly recommended because it provides an opportunity for additional instructional days prior to testing. When we look at what happens in the first few weeks of the school year, it provides more time for the relationship building and bringing students into school. So with this first calendar, you'll note that in mid-August, the new teachers come in. They have a few days of workshops. The second to the last week of August, all of our staff come back. We have teacher workshops. And then our first day of school would be on August 30th. Then you'll note we are still maintaining a long weekend over Memorial Day, Labor Day for families. Families really like that. So the 3rd of September would not be a school day, and that's the same on both of these options. Looking at October, we account for MEA, which happens October 21st and 22nd during 2021. Moving into November, we need to consider Election Day, and we avoid having students in our buildings on Election Day. And so rather than having the students come to school the Monday before Election Day and have that as just kind of an odd timing of having one day off during the week, this was a really great time for us to do conferences or conference planning on that day. Looking at the next week, then we would have a teacher workshop on the 8th of November and the 2 days off for Thanksgiving in November. Moving into December, this is an area where everyone is really interested to know, how long is winter break going to be? This is the same on both of these calendar options that we've come up with. We are looking at winter break starting on the 23rd of December with students returning on January 3rd. Due to the start date, the end date, and the other additional days, and just where the dates landed on the 2021 calendar, that was really the perfect length of time for us. I know at times families like 2 weeks off during winter break. That tends to be a little bit long. And so we have almost a week and a half at this time. Moving into January 17th is a professional development day. That is also Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And so we like to have that day off for our students and our families. The 21st is the end of Q2 or the end of the semester. Notice in this calendar, we have semester 1 with 88 days and semester 2 with 84 days. We did that very purposefully because we know at the beginning of the school year, there are those extra days for the relationship building, getting students into schools and routines. And so we front loaded a couple of those days to the front end of the calendar. Moving on into February, the 21st of February, you'll notice is also a day for conference planning. And then the other part that's really the sticking point or the hot button topic for a lot of families is, when is spring break? This year in 2021, spring break is at the last week of March. We've heard a lot of feedback from our families that they like it earlier in March, not at the end of March, moving into April. So we moved that up. Again, taking into consideration family needs, parents. There was some dialogue around, should it be the first week, second week, third week of March, and where our team landed is March 7th. This is in alignment with our neighboring districts. And you'll note that this is the same on both of these calendar options. Moving into April, 2 days of note here. April 1st is a teacher workshop or a grading day. It's the day after the end of the term, which was March 31st. Moving on into April, we have a professional development day scheduled on April 15th. That is also a holiday, a Christian holiday of Good Friday. May 22nd, moving into May, we have a solid month of school as we're closing out the school year. The only day off in May would be on Memorial Day. Then moving into June, you'll note that the last day of school for students would be June 2nd. And then that provides time for graduation ceremonies that first week in June. So again, a couple of things to note on this calendar is that the timing of the quarters, the semesters, the balancing of the number of instructional days on these calendars. And so this was option number one, and the one that the committee is highly favorable of. Wanting to provide the board with some options, we also did come up with a second option. This one is an after Labor Day start. And so you'll note here that teachers and new teachers would come back on August 24th. The teacher workshops then would be that week of August into September. The 3rd would not be a work day. Then the teachers and the staff and the students, all the first day of school would be on the day after Labor Day, September 7th. Then working through the rest of the year, a lot of this is exactly the same as what you saw on the previous calendar. There are a couple of changes in terms of the end of the terms. So the end of quarter 1 is on November 11th. The end of the semester then would be January 27th. And then looking again at the timing of spring break and the relation to the end of 3rd quarter, there's just a little bit more time built in here for additional instruction after spring break. We're looking at then the last day of school is delayed an additional week to June 8th is when we would wrap up school. This does provide an option. We have looked into graduation venue, and it looks like we would have an option still to hold a graduation ceremony either that first Saturday in June or the second Saturday in June. So it's still is a viable option. In regard to the balancing of the semesters and the quarters, notice we did again try to front load the number of instructional days to semester 1, but they are equally balanced 44 days quarter 1, 44 days quarter 2. Okay, and with that, this is just a report at this time. I'll entertain any questions or comments, but we'll be coming back to you for a hopeful presentation and call for action at the next meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Cherry. Director Riley.
Thank you. Last year when we approved the calendar, there was a discussion over before after Labor Day start. And the discussion at that time was we ended up approving the calendar as it was. However, that going forward, this next calendar, they were going to look more heavily on after Labor Day. What was the conversation like in the room around that topic, if you would?
Great question, Dr. Riley. The conversation was about the desire for instructional days on the front end, and really appreciating in the last number of years where we've had before Labor Day start, and feeling that we're able to get in the routines and the relationship buildings and a really great start to the school year, so that when we start after Labor Day, or when we come back after Labor Day, we're really able to hit the academics really, really solid.
Director Riley, go ahead. Sure.
So then how does that work with the way the statute is written? And in construction, are we piecemealing it together again to meet that need, or are we, because that's kind of what's been happening in the past? I don't think the statute's being utilized as it's intended.
That was actually going to be my question too. How are we able to skirt that? I thought the state said that, you know, unless you have a construction item going on or something like that, you're unable to start before, which I think it's great that we can start in August. I think all schools should have that option. I'm just wondering how we're able to do that ourselves.
That's it. That is an excellent question. I know that we've received permission in the past to have a before Labor Day start. I'll have to get more information about what the parameters are, what would it take to get such permission again.
Director Hockert.
I just had a quick question. We had just received an email, and I agreed with it, about the day before Thanksgiving. Have we ever in this district looked at that day as maybe a flex day, or some way to traditionally use that off, or is it always just go to school that Wednesday and travel on Thursday?
We did, actually. We did have conversation around both the day before Labor Day and also extending winter break, and starting winter break a little bit earlier. Then it just extends our school calendar, or it extends the dates at the back end. And as the committee discussed that, they would much rather have those instructional days in November.
Okay, anyone else with questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Cherry. We look forward to resuming this at another meeting. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is, okay, so we're now on action items. So establish the 2021 calendar of meetings. This is, traditionally we have done Thursday board meetings for quite a number of years in this district. But we have had a request from one of our new board members to see if we can explore different days of the week. And so it's Director Onken is interested in exploring a different day. And so he is checking into that. You know, we would need to check with Valley Access Cable. We would need to look at some calendars. And so I think that this is scheduled to be a discussion for our work session next week. So we won't be taking action on this item tonight, but we will be discussing it further next week. Director Onken, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, sorry. I do have a call into Valley Access to check to see if the change in date would affect their ability to record. I'm still waiting to hear back from them. And then I know I did take a look. Joan had provided calendars to take a look at to see if other days would be able to work out. But yeah, I look forward to discussing that. And I guess just so everybody knows, the reason why I'm asking that is I do coach in the district. And oftentimes our events are on Thursday nights, and I want to be able to give 100% here as well as 100% to my coaching duties as well. And I guess, yeah, that's my reasoning. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have anything to add to that? Okay, we'll move on to the next item then, and that is to establish the 2021 board member salaries. So we have the current salary for board directors is $4,750, And then the board chair receives an additional $500. This is an amount that's been in effect, just for informational purposes for the public. This is an amount that's been in effect in this district since 2014. And before that, the amount was $4,400, and that was an amount that was in effect for, looks like 7 years. So I will entertain a motion from someone as to board salaries for this year. Director Weisberg.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that's the annual salary.
Right.
Just
yes.
Everybody
Wouldn't
knows
that be great if it were weekly? No.
But I motion that we just keep it how it's been the last several years.
Okay. Is there a second? Director Sherman, seconds. Discussion? Nope. Okay. All right. Joan, can you take the roll?
Director Hacker,
Yes.
Director Onken,
Yes.
Chair Petrie,
Yes.
Director Corbeni,
Yes.
Director Riley,
Yes.
Director Sherman,
Yes.
Director Weisberg.
Yes.
You have a 7-0 vote. Vote carries unanimously.
Wonderful. Thank you. And then the final item under action items is the learning model change. And this is obviously following up on the information that Superintendent Lansfeld gave us earlier in the meeting. Is there someone who would like to make a motion?
I motion that we accept the learning model as Superintendent Lansfeld presented it to us.
Is there a second?
Second it.
Director
Corbeni.
Harkett.
Okay. So,
Yes.
okay.
Discussion. Director Weisberg.
I just wanted to ask a question. I got an email from another teacher while we were after our discussion earlier that said the governor's executive order that teachers doing distance learning to have an additional 30 minutes of prep time, as looks like elementary staff is coming back and providing instruction in person and to kids in quarantine and possible distance learning students. Would that require staff to get additional prep time?
Great question. So if teachers are in hybrid or in distance learning, they get the extra 30 minutes of prep, which is part of the C day and has been. But if they are in person, that goes away and it's not required.
Thank you.
Director Sherman.
Have there been any other kind of outside the box, kind of a overused term though, for this C day? Like, is there, I feel like it's the best thing for kids and our families to be in 5 days a week. And I'm just wondering, but I understand the work involved with that the teachers are charged with doing, but I don't know. I mean, just can the instructional coaches maybe offer some assistance, or I really don't know what the answer is. I guess that's more of your job, Superintendent, but is there something that can be looked at on that C day? Because honestly, I guess when I'm looking at it and I see that, I'm just seeing even after that 5 weeks or that by the time that March 1st date hits, it's kind of like, what changes then? They're going to be, the staff is going to be having to take on this responsibility. So it's not a permanent solution to the staff problem. It's, like, is there a permanent solution that we can come up that would both help staff and get our students in 5 days a week?
Yeah, the C day was meant to be a buffer to help support our students that are coming back, because we do know that they are going to have, many of them, academic needs, social emotional needs. So It again would be 5 C days for the K2, 3 C days for the 3-5 on our proposal, and then back to 5 days a week after that. And we're going to have to continue to problem solve the entire year with how to support our students socially, emotionally, and academically. That will be an ongoing process. And we're going to have to start thinking outside the box as much as we can. We do know the teachers and other staff have been working harder than they've probably ever worked before as well. So it's again, that balancing act and trying to accommodate student needs and staff needs too.
Sorry, Director Riley.
So I'm going to support this because somebody's going back to school. I don't like how slow the slow rollout is. I want the slow rollout to be less slow, and I would like secondary students to be in as soon as possible. And I just want to, make that statement, but I will support this because I do want kids back in the buildings.
Anyone else? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Are we ready to vote? Okay, Joan. Oh, okay. All right, let's go ahead and vote. Joan?
Director Hockert?
Yes.
Director Onken?
Yes.
Chair Petrie?
Yes.
Director Prorbeni?
Yes.
Director Riley?
Yes.
Director Sherman? Director Weisberg? You have a 6-1 vote. Motion carries.
Thank you, Joan. Okay, the next item is board member report. I do not have anything for tonight. And we'll finish up with the board member reports. Does anyone have anything for tonight? It's also new. We just don't really have anything to say right now, I guess. Okay, well, if that's the end, then this meeting is adjourned.
Do we need a motion for that?
Oh, yes.
Do we? I didn't think that we did. I think
I don't
that
know.
the board just calls the meeting adjourned. Is that correct, Director Riley? Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.